Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Newington Town Council regular meeting of Tuesday, May 12th at 7 p.m. If you would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll just give it a moment for the flag to come onto the screen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. The first item on our agenda is roll call. If you would, Susan, please.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My phone says something weird. Okay, Counselor Anist? Here. Counselor Braverman? Counselor Budrago? Counselor,
Gail, you're muted.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, Gail's here.
Counselor Camillo?
Here.
Counselor Donahue?
Here.
Counselor Mankey?
Here.
Counselor Minor?
Here.
Counselor Nagel?
Here.
Mayor Del Pino?
Here.
Counselor Braverman?
I'm texting her now.
I'm looking on the other side to see if I see her, and I don't see her as an attendee either. Sometimes that happens.
Okay.
Counselor Annis, do you want us to continue or hold on for a second? You're muted, so I have no idea.
I just realized that. No, I just texted her. We can continue.
Okay, thank you. I know with the technical issues, we try to be a little more patient than we would normally. So we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is approval of the agenda. I believe that we have a couple of proposed changes. Counselor Mankey?
Yes, I'd like to add to the approval of the agenda, under consideration of new business item, what that'd be 7A, a discussion of the lapsing account with the Board of Ed, the non-lapsing account with the Board of Education.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Counselor Camillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Say
Aye.
Okay. Are there any other adjustments to the agenda?
Yes, I have one.
Counselor Annis, please.
I would like to move consideration of new business 7A, presentation of Mill Pond Park pool replacement, to consideration of old business after the proposed budget adjustments, just because we do have some guests that are there, and just to give them the opportunity to do the presentation so they don't have to sit through our whole meeting.
Perfect. So that would still be treated as new business. We would just be entertaining it in a different agenda order.
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second for that one?
Second.
Second by Counselor Camillo. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Excuse me,
Yes.
Sharon is having issues logging in. James, can I have her call you?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Annis. Okay, we'll move on to the next item. We've approved the agenda. Were there any other motions for changes to the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on. The next item is public participation in general. Any
Mayor,
member of the, I'm sorry, what was that?
motion on the approved changes.
Oh, that's right. We should.
You made individual changes. You need to approve the agenda itself.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much
You're welcome.
for the correction. So now we need a motion to approve the agenda, including the changes that were made.
So moved.
So
Second.
moved by Counselor Annis, seconded by Counselor Mankey. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, James. We'll move on now to public participation. The time limit for this session is 4 minutes per speaker. If you are a member, I see we have 10 attendees this evening in our chat area. If you're online with us, you can use the raise hand function, which is in the public, in the participant box at the bottom. If you would like to be recognized, if you are using Zoom over your phone, you can dial *9 and that will raise the hand for us to know that you need to be recognized. Okay, I see it appears that Mr. DeMayo has his hand raised.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. DeMayo. You can identify yourself and your address, please.
So should I just hit the? Hi, Mayor. This is Don Woods. It shows that it's Bill DeMayo because I'm sitting here with him. He's the one that logged on to the computer. So Don Woods, 82 Ivy Lane. I just would like to take a couple of minutes of your time to talk in favor of consideration by your group to establish a Mill Pond Building Committee. I think it's likely under the conditions that we're going through now that the federal government will come up with some shovel-ready projects. And from past experience, I know it takes weeks, if not months, to get together a building committee. And quite frankly, I don't see any downside to forming one. If we form the committee and a project money becomes available, we would be at least ready to get involved, to take advantage of whatever federal funds are available. If there isn't, the building committee is available and ready to, whenever the council decides to put together the bid proposal for a Mill Pond renovation. So that's really all I have to say. I appreciate your listening and have a good evening. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. I'm looking for further public participation. I see the hand raised again. I think this is Mr. DeMayo joining us now.
I don't know.
No?
I
Okay.
don't have anything to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
You don't have to hold it down. I need to talk.
Okay. Sorry, I was muted there for a moment. I'm just checking our public participation side again one more time. I don't see any other hands raised. At this point, we will move forward. The next item.
Go into the meeting for a second. Hold on.
Go ahead.
We do have the email correspondence, Mayor.
Yes, that's where I was heading next.
Okay,
Thank you for the reminder.
no problem.
We had some email correspondence that had come in prior to our last meeting, and it was an error of omission on my part. We should have acknowledged that we had received some letters. So I'm going to have our town clerk, James, just let us know what those letters were, the names and addresses, so we can make sure they're added to the record.
All right. Our first individual was Holly Fuzzard of 110 South Wood Road. Second individual was Frank McGoldrick of 217 Lamplighter Lane. And Molly Russick, RUSCZYK, of 31 Webster Court. That's all I have in there.
Thank you. And those were provided to all of the counselors, and we will make sure they are attached to the minutes from last week's meeting. And because that was the intention, we just had forgotten to mention them publicly. Did anyone receive any email correspondence that should be noted for this meeting? Okay.
Mayor, I received, and I didn't take this as a town council thing. I thought it was an advertisement from Walmart. But Walmart had sent us an email about what they're doing during the COVID-19 virus. I will forward that to all the counselors. And I thought it was an advertisement. I didn't.
I think we all got that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we all got it. Thank you.
All right.
All right, we'll move on to remarks by counselors on public participation. Any counselor raising their hand? I don't see anyone. All right, we'll move on to consideration of old business. The first item this evening is fiscal year 2020-2021 proposed budget adjustments. So we have had the opportunity in our meetings to review all aspects of our budget, each department's submissions, as well as our CIP, our debt service, and our Board of Education budget that was presented. And the council is now ready to go ahead and make some proposed adjustments to the budget. I believe Councilor Menke, you're gonna go first.
Okay. Our first adjustment is account number 1014082-16, elections, printing and binding. We would like to increase that by $9,450. And if I may just take these first three all together, if that's not if that's okay.
Yeah,
Is that okay?
Counselor Anderson was shaking her head yes too.
Yes,
Okay,
that's
I'm
fine.
sorry. Account 101408220, elections, other contractual, $25,380 increase. And then account 101408201, elections, public notifications, $800. These are because of the primary being moved from this fiscal year to next fiscal year. These are reported by the registrar's office as expenses that need to be covered because of the primary move.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Camillo. Any discussion on these motions?
Nope.
I apologize for the delay. I'm just trying to give everybody a chance to use the technology that we're using. All right, I don't see any raised hands. So Susan, if you would, we will need a roll call vote.
Okay, Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman.
She's not on yet.
She's not on yet. Okay, Counselor Budraco,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor W.
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you. Motion carries 8-0.
Our next change would be account number 102158212, PD Communications Equipment Maintenance. We would decrease the budget by $10,200. And this is because this item is covered elsewhere in the budget, I believe under IT.
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Camillo. Any discussion on this motion? All right, seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Budraco,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor W.
Yes.
8-0.
Okay, wonderful. Motion passes 8-0. Thank you. Go ahead,
Our
Mr.
next
Mankey.
change would be account number 103278309, Highway Vehicle and Equipment, Motor Fuel and Lubricants. We would decrease the budget by $15,000. This is because the contract for those items came in lower than anticipated. So with the decrease in the price of fuel, the contract came in with a savings to us.
Okay, great. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Camillo. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, we'll go ahead with a roll call vote.
Excuse me. Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Budraco,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor W.
Yes, and I believe Counselor Braverman is with us now.
I am with you now. Thank you, everyone. Yes.
Thank you. 9-0.
Great, you can continue, Counselor Mankey.
Our next change would be account number 109538218, donations and contributions, Memorial Day Parade. We would decrease this item by $5,000. As by way of explanation, there will be no Memorial Day Parade this year. So the intent was we would pay the $5,000 to the parade committee that's scheduled for this year. They would hold it over and use it for next year. We would pay it out of this year's budget.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
seconded by Counselor Donahue. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman, Counselor Budraco,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
yes,
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes.
I didn't hear Counselor Camillo.
yes,
Okay, 9-0.
Thank you very much. Motion passes 9-0.
Next account 109548218, donations and contributions, town 150th anniversary. We would increase this by $7,500. Again, this would help pay for the celebration next year of our 150th anniversary.
Is there a second?
second,
Seconded by Counselor Nagel. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, we can go ahead with the roll call vote.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Budraco,
Yes.
Camillo,
yes,
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
yes,
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you. Motion passes 9-0. Continue, Counselor Mankey.
Account number 109568218, donations and contributions, NCTV. We would increase this budget item by $2,500. As you recall, the last couple of budgets, we have had decreased the NCTV, so we're trying to make them back to where they were. So we would increase them by $2,500.
Is there a second?
second,
Seconded by Counselor Camillo. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll go to the roll call vote.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Budraco,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
yes,
Counselor Donahue,
Abstain.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
yes,
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes.
8 yes, 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes 8 and 1 abstention. We will move on to the next item. Counselor Mankey?
Next is account 111008501. Transfer to CNR Handicap Accessible Playground Club Linear Complex. We would decrease this budget item by $100,000.
Is there a second?
second,
Seconded by Counselor Camillo. Discussion?
I have something.
I would, if I just may, I just would point out, we're moving this money down on the two sections, the two items that come next, but just for clarification.
Counselor Annis, did you have a question?
Yeah, I do. I have a comment. I believe this money is going to be used for more of a safety precautions to build the shade structure, which would also protect the foul balls from Legion Field. Also to put the tables, the checkerboard tables and that type of thing and park benches under the shade structure, as well as putting wood chips for public safety under the playground, netting around home plate to also protect foul balls, as well as painting handicap parking stripes, signage, and installing, I guess, the bumpers for the parking lot. So I will not be supporting this decrease.
Any other council comment or explanation?
hold on a second here.
Mr. Camillo, did you say you wanted to be recognized? I heard you.
I believe if we move the 100,000 to the other two line items, it would be easier for Parks and Rec to disperse the funds to what they need rather than hold it in one place, because if it says Clem Lemire, it's the only place it can be spent. So this would help Parks and Rec get all the things done that they want to do, including all the things that Councilor Annis just mentioned.
Any other council comment or discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Anist,
No.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Pacheco,
Yes.
Hello,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
No.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes.
7-2.
Okay, motion carries 7-2. We'll move on to the next item, please.
Thank you. Account 111008501, transfer to CNR, Town ADA compliant pathways, walkways, and parking, increased by $50,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Nagel. Discussion on this item. I'll just say that in our budget deliberations, Mr. DeMayo made it clear that this was an area that we really needed to consider funding to move forward with continuing our ADA compliance. And so this is an easy one for me to support. Any other council comment? Seeing none, we'll move to a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Pacheco,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes,
9-0.
thank you. Motion passes 9-0.
Okay. Account number 111008501, transfer to CNR, Parks, Pool, and Play Field Improvements, $75,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Camillo. Discussion on this item? I'll just say, I know that we had taken the 100,000 out of the Clem-Lemire Complex account. The intent here was to add the 50,000 to the ADA, and then we were considering just 50,000 to Park, Pool, and Playgrounds. We did decide to add 75 to try and increase the amount that they're able to do with the parks, pools, and playgrounds, especially right now when we have a lot going on, and hoping that people are still using passive means of recreation. But also just being, a little bit conservative and fiscally conscious on how much we can actually allocate at this point. Any other council comment? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman, Counselor Pacheco,
Yes. Yes.
yes, Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yeah.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes,
9-0.
motion passes 9-0. Thank you. Go ahead, Counselor Mankey.
Section 101545005, tax collection, interest, and liens. We would increase this amount by $150,000. Again, this and the next, our next change, were suggested by our finance director as more towards the realistic numbers.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Camillo. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the roll call vote, please.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Pacheco,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes,
9-0.
Great, motion passes 9-0. I believe we have one more.
One more, yes. Account 101515501, interest income, increase this to $175,000. Again, this reflects more realistic numbers from our finance director.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Donahue, I think that was. Can you shake your head if you seconded? Okay, thank you. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and roll call.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Budraco,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Duffy,
Yes,
9-0.
wonderful, thank you. Motion passes.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Menke. Counselor Anist?
This one Okay. In account 111008501, we'd like to increase the transfer to CNR, Parks, Pools, and Playgrounds by an additional $75,000. The original request by Parks and Rec was $200,000. We have now increased it up to $125,000. So we would like to increase it for an additional $75,000. You need to understand that this is the funding source for repairs, replacements, and additions to all town parks and all of our athletic facilities. This we're going to need, even though, you know, there might be some social distancing, this is the perfect opportunity for our Parks and Grounds and Parks and Recs Department to do improvements that we need to our parks and playgrounds. This is in addition to completing the Clem Lemare, which is a totally different project, which is not included in the Parks, Pools, and Playground line item when it was presented to CIP.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Minor. Any further discussion on this item? My understanding from some conversations we've had over the past week or so is, you know, we're just concerned moving forward with the current pandemic on what the impact's going to be. And we're hoping that the 125 would be enough at this point. So I'm not going to be supporting this motion. Any other council comment?
I also believe a lot of the people won't be
Counselor
going.
Camillo?
A lot of the people won't be going to parks during the summer this year. After they initially get out on May 20th and through June, you're going to see a spike. People are going to go back into their homes. And it's going to be the same thing for people working, trying to repair the pools and the parks. I don't think they'll be able to have social distancing to work. So right now is a good time to just sit back and wait.
Any other council comment? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Draco,
No.
Counselor Camillo,
No.
Counselor Donahue,
No.
Counselor Menke,
No.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
No.
Mayor Duffy, no.
No.
Motion failed 5-0. Or 5-3.
Should be 6-3, no?
Oh, 6-3. I'm sorry.
Okay, just checking. I'm keeping a tally too. That way we keep each other honest.
I did-
All right. Go ahead, Counselor Anist.
Sure. 104718101. To add the Economic Development Director position in the amount of 125,000, and I'm going to defer to Counselor Minor to discuss this.
Thank you, Counselor Minor. The concern I have with the removal of this position would be our inability to fund it again. And I think one of the most important times that we're going to need somebody specifically to concentrate on business retention as well as businesses coming into town as we go through the next 6 months to a year. I can't support the elimination of the position after 5 months ago, this very council decided that they wanted to focus on having a full-time employee of the town of Newington versus a contracted outside vendor.
Okay, other council discussion?
Wait a minute, I'm trying to.
Counselor Camillo?
Yes. We had an economic development director, and when asked how come he wasn't approaching businesses and other companies in town, he said he couldn't. His hands were tied by the majority at the time. And now we hired a new town manager, and he's taken the reins. And in the past 4 months, more has gotten done than we've had in the past 4 years. So, and we have a savings. He's been able to have town personnel help with this and promote Newington. And as counselors, that's what we're doing also. So if we take the reins there too, we don't need to hire someone when we have everybody right here working for the same thing. We're not Democrats, we're not Republicans, we're residents of Newington. And that's all that matters here, that we work for Newington. And we don't have to hire another person for that.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Bedrejko, I see your hand up.
Yes, I think it's important for people to realize we're not taking, by eliminating the position, we're not taking the focus off of economic development. And in fact, I think by the approach that's being taken, we're putting an added emphasis onto it, because more and more economic development is more than just the bottom line dollars, particularly in a town where Newington, where there's very little space to grow. It's actually a question of quality of life, and not all projects are good projects. Economic development brings grand list growth, tax relief, jobs, but it also has environmental impacts. It has to fit into the community, and there has to be knowledge of any kind of infrastructure stressor. So if we want to strengthen and diversify our economic development, all the pieces of the pie have to fit together and should come together. So that being said, we're trying a new approach, which, by the way, was not initiated or directed by this council. The new town manager is the one who came in, looked at it, and promoted it. And yes, we did at the time when we were discussing this, talk about a full-time position, but that was before we got the input and insights from the town manager, who felt that there could be another way to do this, where economic development is an ongoing responsibility of everybody who has hands-on knowledge of the operations, the day-to-day operations, experience of the hot points in Newington, our uniqueness and our history. So the approach that's being taken is requiring sharing expertise, sharing knowledge, sharing history across departments, and all these departments have very critical components of what economic development is. Planning and zoning, blight, the tax assessor, the town planner. They're working as a team. All hands are on deck, and all these people, all these departments have knowledge and history of the key issues, the demographics of our town, the past historical successes, failures, challenges. Among them all, directed by the town manager, they know the key properties in town that we need to focus on. They know the properties that we want to develop and the properties that we want to preserve. So, and as had been mentioned before already, there's been significant direct outreach to existing businesses in town, more so than that has happened in the past several years, as well as direct contact from the town to developers outside of town to recruit. So there's been a focus already sustained, weekly, daily, and perhaps on recruitment and retention, more so than there's been in the past. So this approach is different. It's hands on deck and it's financially responsible. We tried the other approach. It wasn't really successful. I say give it a chance, give it a shot, and I support it.
Thank you, Councilor Pedrego. I see Councilor Minor's hand.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilor Minor. I just want to clarify something. This is not about whether or not the town manager should act in a capacity as being a recruiter and a cheerleader for the town as being the chief operating officer. I completely agree with that. However, my concern is now more than ever, coming out of this pandemic that we're currently in, we have no idea what the business landscape is going to look like. Are we out actively pursuing businesses in town to offer them pathways of opportunities to pursue, personal PPP money or other federal grants that are out there? Are we working with restaurants to make sure that they've got everything they need to get them up and open in May? There's only so much one individual can do. And as far as I'm concerned, I would like for the town manager to give us some historical information to when the position of the economic development director was subcontracted, if there was ever a position in town historically as a direct employee or not. So that's why I would again ask for the support. And again, this very council said that this was one of the top priorities of this council, was to look to economic retention and growth. Thank you.
Councilor Camillo.
Our departments in town are working with the restaurants to get them open. Zoning is, other officials in town, town planner. And it's going to work. Things are going to open up, and we'll see for how long, fingers crossed. As far as small business administration, all our banks are working with that. That's really not our part of that. The banks are looking to get the loans for the small businesses. A lot of the businesses aren't going to reopen. They can't hang on much longer, especially if they have any type of debt and their tenants aren't paying, or they're not paying taxes. It's going to take a long time to come out of this. So right now, I think we have just the right person to take this forward. And we can always put that money in the budget years from now. If it's there, it may not be there after this pandemic's over, even if we get funding from the federal government. But right now, we need to keep as much in our budget for other things.
Thank you, Councilor Camillo. Councilor Pedrego.
Yes, I just want to say, from the way I understand it, it's not a one-person show. It's not the town manager doing it all. He's created a team. He's created a focus. He's outlined responsibilities and expectations of the people on his staff. And additionally, he has done outreach with the Chamber of Commerce. He's got the economic development. It's not all on his shoulders the way it's being structured. So, and again, this is coming from the town manager himself, who's been through 4 months of, quite frankly, very unusual circumstances. And if he hasn't folded on it and trying to get rid of things at this point, but he's saying he's embracing it. He's saying, yeah, we can do it. I've got staff. I've got, I know what they need to do. We're going to work together. We're going to be a team. We're going to recruit and we're going to retain. So it's not all on one person's shoulders.
Thank you, Councilor Minor now. Councilor Minor, I believe you're muted.
Let's try this again. Thank you. Is Town Manager Chapman on right now with us?
Yes, he is.
Can we get the historical on this position in terms of when it was created and if it was ever a town employee or if it's always been contracted as a contractual service? I'd just like to see the history.
The only thing I can say is that when I was the assistant town manager and the town manager back in the late 1980s up through 2001, there was no specific person assigned to economic development. It was a team approach with the town manager, the assistant town manager, the town planner, and a part-time commercial banker, retired commercial banker that small businesses in the town for funding and basically hand-holding through the process of acquiring loans from small banks. From my understanding, after I left in 2001, there was no full-time economic development director. I don't know when the consultant position started, but I don't think anything before that had occurred.
2002.
The consultant started under Mayor Woods. I'm not sure exactly which year, but just to give a
2012.
timeframe. 2012.
Yeah, I would just be curious if somebody could pull the minutes from that period, just to hear the discussion as to why they felt this was an approach that was viable, and to consider it as we finally deliberate removing this or continuing with it. Thank you.
If I may, I would venture a guess that each town manager brings a different set of skills to the position. For an example, when I was the town manager, we didn't have a director of public works. When I left, they created one. The interest or the strength of a town manager should be weighed in for all opportunities. Now, my experience in the 90s, particularly as a town manager of Newington, that was the years that the town exploded in development. The Berlin Turnpike was completely filled up. The industrial parks were filled up. And all that was done without a full-time economic development director. And that's why I had proposed that let's do what we did before. We haven't had great success in grand list growth in the last, we'll say, 5 years. So why not try to save some money, but have a team approach? I expect, I've raised the bar for all of my employees. I expect more productivity out of all of them. And I've selected a few candidates that I believe will work very well in the area of economic development. So I think you have to kind of look at who the players are as to what your needs are now and in the future.
Can I just say something?
Yeah,
My concern is if we need a consultant because of the crisis that our town is going to be going through in other towns, we have no money put in the budget to do so. Our town staff is so stretched out right now that things are going to fall through the cracks. And I really feel that if we don't put in for a full-time position, then money should be allocated for a contractor, someone who has specific expertise to work with these businesses to keep them afloat, to steer them in the right direction, to show them, that there's funds out there for them to continue their businesses, the PPP money and other grants that the federal and state governments are offering.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, just one last comment.
Go ahead, Counselor Minor.
If it's a consideration to also think about would be the possibility of at least leaving the funds in here and not looking to expend them right away. And that way we do have the position of we have it if we need it versus getting into town council reserves or town manager reserves if we need help in the next year before we come up to our next fiscal year, and not necessarily fund it for a position right now, but at least to have the funds available as a fallback. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Camillo.
Like I said before, as far as funding from the banks, they guide us. Our Chamber of Commerce is there to help. And I think we just have to sit and wait here. We're on the right track with our town employees, with our town manager, and everybody has stepped up to the plate from what I can see. Our town planner is out talking to restaurants, and there's a lot going on. I believe our town employees aren't overworked. They're finally working like they should. So, thank you.
Call the vote.
The mayor doesn't get to comment. I didn't even comment yet, but okay, call the vote.
Counselor Annis,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Bedrejko,
No.
Counselor Camillo,
No.
Counselor Donahue, Counselor Mankey, Counselor Meyer,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
No.
Mayor Del Buono,
No.
Counselor Mankey,
No.
and Counselor Donahue.
Hold on, he's trying to unmute.
No.
Did you hear him, Sue?
Motion failed 6-3.
Okay. Counselor Annis?
101918101, add facilities director for 98,279. I will defer to Counselor Minor to start the discussion.
Thank you, Councilor Nest. The concern I have, again, with this position is with its removal from the budget, that does not allow us the placeholder of having the opportunity to hire for this position in the next fiscal year. I think we've, deliberated this over the last few months as to whether or not a facilities director was appropriate to have. But I would also defer back to the town manager and ask him for the historicals as to when the position was created and why the position was created. I think it's one of the most important positions we have in this town to not have the facilities being done on an autopilot system without direct leadership. I will agree with the town manager that maybe the last two candidates that have been in that role have not quite been what the town may have needed at the time or currently needs. But I think as these facilities continue to age, I think there needs to be restored emphasis on maintaining what we've got and not waiting for things to fail. So I would ask for the council consideration to once again placehold this position. Do not eliminate it, because once it's gone, we are going to be stuck for the year without having any opportunity to fund it for the current budget season. Thank you.
Mr. Chapman, could you just answer some of what Counselor Minor was asking in terms of, I guess, your rationale too for taking the position and not moving it forward, and what the historical perspective is?
Well, there's several views on this that I've come up with, and the first one is, let me just talk a little bit of history. Facilities management has been a struggle, not only with the last two, but going way back into the 90s when we had, during my term, I think there were maybe 2 or 3. They don't seem to have a good track record, at least in Newington. Not sure why. At the end of the 90s, there was no facilities manager. It was managed again internally, and it worked extremely well. The facilities management function, until we get the report back that we are currently having a study done on all facilities, we really don't know what our needs are. If the result of the study indicates that we have a lot of work ahead of us and we need some guidance on that, then possibly we would recommend that you hire a consultant as a project manager or a clerk of the works for work that you'd be doing in the future. It's a tough call right now, because I don't believe that until the town hall is completed and we remove ourselves from the old town hall, which is a big component of facilities management for the town, and unless we do something collaborative, hold on.
The age of Zoom.
I have a watchdog. If we were to do something collaboratively with the school department, when the opportunity comes along to merge this role, that would be a great opportunity. But we don't have that at this time. They have a facilities manager. I don't know when he intends to be retiring. So I don't have an answer in that regard, but I would strongly suggest that when the opportunity does come where we can collaborate with the school department and hire one facilities manager that will oversee all of the buildings, I think that would be the time to take this in.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Camillo?
Our town manager just answered what I was going to say, so we're good.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Annis, I think you're putting your hand up.
Yes, I am. Keith, we had a shared services committee. We have discussed sharing a facilities director. Since November, the discussions have stopped. So I strongly recommend that maybe the shared services committee gets back together and discusses this position. But however, if this report comes out in 4 months or 5 months from now, and there is a lot of work, we need someone who is going to be able to facilitate doing the improvements and trying to figure out the funds and allocating the different employees to do it. So once again, I think our staff members are starting to get overworked. And, you know, this position, once it's out of the budget, it's going to be very difficult to put back in. So again, if this position can be used as a placeholder, put the 98,000 as a placeholder, and if it's not going to be used, it just goes back into the general fund. But I'm strongly recommending that we put this facilities manager position back into the budget.
Okay, Counselor Minor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would agree with Mr. Chapman in terms of the need to pursue any opportunity we can with shared services. And, you know, that has been a committee that's now been ongoing for 2 years. And in light of everything going on over the last 6 months, seems to have just gone in a hiatus. But I think as that condition report comes out in November, which I believe is when it's due, that I think we need to have somebody there ready to specifically facilitate the oversight of getting a game plan together in terms of developing this into what the CIP was truly intended for, which was capital improvement plans based on a 5-year plan, and to start to get that together and not look for smaller projects to infill with a little here and a little there as being quote unquote an improvement. So that would be what I would encourage. And once again, I would ask to at least consider holding this as a placeholder. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Camillo, your hand was up. Did you take it down?
I took it down.
Okay, thank you. I guess I don't see any other hands raised, so I'll just comment on this one really quickly. You know, I hear the concern in terms of moving forward if we don't fund this position, but there is always an opportunity to fund it later on if we needed to, in terms of adding it back next fiscal year. My biggest concern right now is that we are faced with this pandemic that we don't know how it's going to play out. And so if we can forego positions right now in an effort to conserve money and taxes, we should. And if the town manager is assuring us that that this makes sense for now and that he feels he can manage it, then I'm going to follow his lead on this one. I don't see any other hands raised. So Susan, if you would roll call, please.
For Counselor Annis?
Yes.
Counselor Braverman?
Yes.
Counselor Bedrejko?
No.
Counselor Camillo?
No.
Counselor Donahue?
Damn mute. No.
Counselor May?
No.
Counselor Minor?
Yes.
Counselor Nagel?
No.
Mayor W? No.
No.
Failed 6-3.
Motion fails 6-3. All right, Counselor Annis. You're on mute, Counselor Annis. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'll do this again. 11008501, increased transfer to CNR School Technology Reserve for 188,828. This is for the Chromebooks. It was put in the budget in 2012. I have not gotten an explanation why it should not be in there. I also have not gotten an explanation why it was put in there. No one seems to understand. So until we can get a clear clarification one way or another, we have set a precedent since 2012 that the Chromebooks are in there, and I think it should continue in there.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Minor. Discussion? I will say, I know it was removed out of the CIP budget because they were saying, the discussion was that it didn't meet the criteria for the 7 years and value amount. I mean, the value amount probably, but not the 7-year piece, because the replacement is much sooner than 7 years. So that was the reason it was taken out of there to begin with.
But there must have been a reason why it was put in there, because it's a reserve. So I would like to have someone do a little bit more research. I've tried and I've not been unsuccessful, because unfortunately the CIP minutes are not very detailed. So it's very difficult to try to track what was said during those meetings. So if we can do a little bit of research on that, but I think they should stay there, especially with the way our school days have been going forward. The Chromebooks are getting, I'm sure, a lot more work than they are used to be getting, and they might need to be replaced in going into the fall. So I think we need to support the Board of Ed and continue putting the Chromebooks into the CIP.
Counselor Camillo.
During the CIP meetings, I asked Lou Giacomowitz why it was there, and he said there was no other place to put it. Was the exact words. And then we came up, well, it doesn't meet the criteria. And now with the pandemic, 4 months later, we know it's, unfortunately, it doesn't cost as much when you don't have the schools open. So there may be a surplus. Don't know that for a fact. Chromebooks can come out of maybe non-lapsing or something later on. But I don't think it should be put back in, not right now.
Thank you, Counselor Camillo. Counselor Nagel? You're muted.
I would agree with Counselor Camillo. Having chaired that committee, the discussion was that, as you've mentioned, Mayor, that it really didn't belong in that place according to a CIP, that is, according to what things should be funded in CIP. There was no explanation given, as Mr. Camillo mentioned, by anyone in terms of why it was put there in the first place. And indeed, it probably, as has been pointed out, could be funded in other ways.
Thank you. Any other council comment or question? Okay, we'll go ahead with the roll call.
Counselor Anist?
Yes.
Counselor Braverman?
Yes.
Counselor Draco?
No.
Counselor Camillo?
No.
Counselor Donahue?
No.
Counselor Mankey?
No.
Counselor Minor?
Yes.
Counselor Nagel?
No.
Mayor Del Buono?
No.
Failed 6-3.
Thank you. Counselor Annis, you can continue.
I have no other adjustments.
Oh, okay.
Well, because we had a lot of duplicate adjustments. So
Yep.
we went along with you on the duplicate, on the most of the adjustments that we voted in favor of. We also had the same ones.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I didn't realize we were done. I got to grab my agenda. Give me a second. All right, so we are all set with the proposed budget adjustments. Ms. Murphy's on right now. Would you be able to give us an update as to where we would stand with the current funding as the adjustments that were made just now?
Sure, I'm looking down here and I'm seeing, I just want to confirm the changes that got approved.
Okay.
The elections printing and binding increased for 9,450.
Mhm.
The elections other contractual increase for 25,380. The elections public notice increase for 800.
Mhm.
The police department communications equipment maintenance reduction of 10,200. The highway vehicles and equipments, the motor fuel and lubricants, a decrease of 15,000. The decrease of donations for Memorial Day by 5,000, and the increase of donations for the town's 150th anniversary by 5,000.
I think that's 7,500.
Okay, which 7,500? I haven't gotten to the NCTV yet.
No, that's
The anniversary.
anniversary, 7,500.
Okay, you want that 7,500, okay. That's an increase of 7,500. Increase for NCTV for 2,500,
Correct.
okay. A decrease for the Clemel complex of 100,000.
Correct.
An increase to the ADA compliant paths and parkways of 50,000.
Right.
An increase to the parks, pool and playgrounds improvements of 75,000.
Correct.
The interest and liens, 150,000. And the interest income of 175,000.
Correct.
That correct? All right. 1 second and I'll have a number for you. Just have to change one thing. Okay. This would result in a mill rate of 39.28, a reduction from the prior year's, the current year's mill rate of 0.17 or 0.44%.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you repeat that again? 0.17 and a 0.44%?
Yep, correct. Reduction.
Are you all set, Counselor Anist?
The change is 0.17.
Correct, 0.17 reduction.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Murphy.
No problem.
All right. So based on our adjusted agenda, we will move into the, as new business, the presentation of Mill Pond Park pool replacement. I believe Mr. DeMayo is on with us.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and councilors.
Welcome, Mr. DeMayo.
Okay, thank you. I'll just take a minute of your time. Just thank you for this opportunity to let you guys and also the residents watching on TV to see what the new Mill Pond Park renovation project looks like. And we're sitting here in the multi-purpose room of the community center with Don Woods from our commission, and Jay Batalico unfortunately couldn't make it. He's our commission chairperson, but he's under quarantine, and we wish him the best and well wishes and hope he feels as good as possible. We also have Mike Fortuna, an expert aquatics and pool person from Chester, Connecticut, and we thank you for moving him up on the agenda. He has a long ride home, and he's been here since 6 o'clock this evening. Tonight's idea is the goals for tonight is to show you the renovations, explain to you why Churchill and Mill Pond pools by 3 different engineering firms and architect firms has stated over the last 14 or 15 years that they're in disrepair, and they have outlived their expected life expectancy. So they're in disrepair and in terrible need a tremendous amount of work. The other advantage is we want to be visionaries and a little bit futuristic and put Newington in the best possible position when it comes to grant money. And in my past career, I've been recipients of hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars in these kinds of bad economic times. And what it is, what you try to do is put yourself in position for shovel-ready projects. And we are anticipating the federal government to come up with some government stimulation programs and packages. They're going to fund the states. We think the states will put it to the DEP department, which they have done in the past. And then they will put out an announcement and say whatever towns have shovel-ready projects that can get started in 30, 60, or 90 days, then you'll be first in line and you'll have your hands out and you'll be you can take advantage of it. So for the public to know, the counselors know this, but for the public to know, the town has an ordinance that says to do any projects over 975,000, you have to have a building committee. So what we're planning on trying to do is show you the project, see if you would consider at your next meeting an opportunity to establish a building committee. And if you establish a building committee, it would sit there just ready to go to put Newington in the best possible position to get lots of money, hopefully from the federal government through the state. So with that, I will introduce Mike Fortuna. He is the owner and principal partner of TLB Architects, and he is an expert in the field of aquatics and building pools from all over the Northeast. He's built them in Philadelphia, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. So I'm going to turn it over to him, and he'll explain to you. Oh, and all of you received 74 pages of a detailed report outlining all the situation of what's going on. And you also have an executive summary of 3 pages, which is easier to digest, certainly. And we had a $12 million project, and we were asked to reduce it to $8 million in 2 phases, and this made the most economic sense. So I'll turn it over to Mike Fortuna.
Just really quickly for the public's knowledge, I understand that the presentation tonight is available on the website also. Under the virtual meeting section, the presentation is provided there, and that virtual meeting piece was added to the government tab, so it's more readily available for everyone to find as well. Welcome, Mr. Fortuna.
Hi, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to present this. I understand somebody's in control of the slides. Oh, great, there we go. Thanks, James. So if you want to go to the first slide, we can take a quick overview of the park. I know you're familiar with the park, so I won't spend a lot of time on it. But you can see that the existing pool sits roughly in the center of the park, and the pond where the park gets its name bisects the park, with the portion to the east being predominantly occupied by the baseball field, and to the south by soccer fields. It's a very nice multi-use park. There's a lot for all age groups, active and passive. The pond being a prominent feature. The current pool, as I'm sure many of you are aware, is in very poor condition. There was a very detailed report performed about 7 years ago that identified a number of issues with the pool structurally, code compliance, health code compliance. The biggest issue being the hydrostatic pressure from the water, groundwater working on the walls over 50 years has created a lot of problems. So the pool is near, it's actually past its expected end of life. It's limping along. The Parks Department does a lot of work every year to make it operational. So now's the time to start planning because the pool will not last too much longer without significant expenditures. If you want to go to the next slide, what this represents is the overall park master plan that we put together a couple of years ago. And some of the features of this plan include maintaining as much of the park geometry and features as possible, not only for cost savings, but because a lot of it is in good shape and a lot of it there's no need to spend a lot of money on. But the pool, what we'd like to do is take the opportunity to do a few things. One is to move it closer to Garfield Street so that it relates better to the town hall complex, architecturally and programmatically. This also takes the seasonal pool out of the middle of the park so that we're not giving up prime parkland for a 2 to 3 month operation. And it gets it away from the groundwater issues. We can build it higher in the ground, and we can build it with better drainage and waterproof it better than the existing pool. It also frees up that land by the pond for programming that's more conducive to that kind of land in the park. What we'd like to, that location on Garfield Street also makes it close to parking and utilities, as well as better security because it's visible from the street. So if you go to the next slide, we can take a closer look at the pool itself and the area around the pool. So the idea is to build a multi-purpose pool so you can run multiple programs simultaneously. It'd be the traditional 6-lane lap pool, but there'd also be a 0-depth recreational area, water slide, climbing walls, and a diving board, so that there's lots of programming for lots of people, different age groups. We'd also propose a splash pad, which is great for toddlers up to teenagers. And there's also a soft paved play area that would be used for campers, as well as a VIP area for events. It's a separate fenced in area that can be a revenue generator for the Parks Department, as well as a functional space for the campers during the day. There'd be a new bathhouse to service the pool, which architecturally would relate to the town hall complex across the street. And in the location, as I said before, frees up prime parkland within the park for other park programs. Phase 1, if we go to the next slide, also includes the bathhouse with locker rooms, shower rooms, special needs changing rooms, lifeguard, first aid, and ample storage, all in a code compliant building built durably and sustainably. The pool decks around the pool would be fairly traditional concrete pool decks, most likely, but we'd also include lots of lawn area so that families can spend the day there, and there'd be ample trees and shade structures to make it comfortable for that duration. So the next slide, you can get a sense of how the facility would lay out. So this would be looking with your back to the pond, looking back towards Garfield Street. So you see the lap pool with the building beyond. To the right is the climbing wall and the slide. And then sort of in the center between the bathhouse and the slide beyond, you can see the splash pad. And then if you go to the next slide, this is looking the other way from the 0-depth. So this is as you come out of the bathhouse. You have the 0-depth pool in front of you with some spray features, and the water slide and climbing wall to your left, the lap pool to your right. Was there one more, or did we end it there? Yeah, one more. So this is actually from the top of the slide looking down. So you're looking down at the climbing wall, diving board with the pond beyond. So that's the general idea. You know, it's an early master plan phase, so I'm sure there'll be lots of design iteration with a building committee, town presentations to get additional input. But the pool itself is about 8,600 square feet. Your current pool is about 7,100 square feet, plus you have about 1,500 square foot of wading pool. So we'd have a little bit more water area, plus the splash pad and a lot more features. So I'll leave it there and then answer any questions anyone might have.
Thank you so much. Council questions. I'm looking to see if there's any raised hands.
I raised my hand.
Councilor Menke?
Excuse me. One of the issues I just would like you to comment on is if we're using the parking that's existing, that parking is also shared with the library. And how would that affect if the library had a program and the school had a program at the same time?
The town hall parking would be connected with a pedestrian crosswalk. But there's also multiple parking lots around the park. So part of the master plan is to connect all of the different areas, including the town hall parking lot and some of the other ones on the south end of the park.
But there would still be the issue of crossing Garfield Street for the most part, right?
Yes. Yeah, the crosswalks would be developed much further or much more safely than they are now, perhaps even with raised platforms, signage, lights, to make sure that it's a safe pedestrian crossing.
Thank you.
cleaning department
Unmute.
already has a
Counselor Braverman,
$50,000.
were you trying to raise your hand?
Who are you?
Counselor Braverman, I thought you were trying to raise your hand.
Yes, I was. I was. Thank you for seeing me. So, Mr. Fortuna, our pools, what's the long-range planning for pools, given the COVID and what's happening in the state?
Well, in the short term, your crystal ball is as good as anybody's. I'd be doubtful too many facilities are going to open next month as they normally would. Long term, it's our expectation that we'll get over this, and pools are getting safer and safer all the time. The chemistry is better. There's UV technologies. There's a lot of technology available to make the water cleaner and safer. As far as the COVID goes, I don't have those answers. We've got to rely on the experts to get through this, and then what we can assure you is that we'll meet all the health department requirements for clean and sanitary water and facilities. Beyond that, we'll leave it to the health experts.
Thank you.
Counselor Bedrejko?
Yes, what is the capacity, the anticipated capacity of this pool compared to the existing Mill Pond pool?
The capacity is, it'll be a little bit higher. The allotted capacity is based on square footage of water area. So your surface area of water is increasing by about 1,000 square feet if you include the wading pool, which equates to roughly an additional 40 patrons. So your total capacity here is probably going to be around 400 occupants.
Okay, now I guess this might be more for Mr. DeMayo. How is this being integrated with Churchill? With plans for Churchill Park? Is this going to be are you still planning on renovating Churchill Park pool as well? Is this going to be, are there plans to make one facility? Is there going to be another renovation for Churchill? I'm just trying to figure out how the integration of these two existing facilities will progress.
Are you guys able to hear him? I'm having trouble hearing him.
I can't hear him.
He's on mute.
Oh. How's that? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
That's better.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to clear the air. I know there's been some questions about Churchill Park, and just so everyone knows, I started on July 2nd. July 2nd, Jeff Barron gave me the task that said Bruce Till, the former director, hired an architect and engineering firm, and here it is. And I was supposed to design Churchill Park by December 1st for the capital improvement program. That was never my idea or my intentions. I did not have the luxury to study the town, look at the program, and go through the situation usage. Since then, I've been here in July, it'll be 5 years. I do know that Mill Pond Park is probably economically the best thing and programmably the best thing. And with the new town hall community center, it just makes all the sense in the world. The game plan would be to try Mill Pond Park and the splash pad, because the splash pad is going to add more numbers to get people to cool off, and see if we could possibly phase out Churchill Pool and maybe replace it just with a splash pad, so that the 15,000 renters that do the pavilions could have a way to cool off, but yet swimming lessons and diving and competitions and recreational swim could be predominantly, hopefully, taken care of at Mill Pond Park. But we would go through a season, and then I would evaluate it and give it to the town manager and the council for their review.
Okay, thank you. I was concerned about that. Thanks.
Counselor Camillo?
This is for Mr. DeMayo. In the last 5 years, when you first came here, how many people used Mill Pond Pool and how many use it today? And is this a Field of Dreams idea, or build it and they will come, or they're already using it and they've run out of room?
Before I got here was, off the top of my head, was about 14,000 visits each. We're up to about 21,000 visits at each pool, Churchill and Mill Pond each. So, but very different usage. A lot of summer camp usage in the fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth grade summer camp that's held at Churchill with the new community center. I'm very confident we could bring that camp to the community center and allow, and if we were smart about our scheduling, get all the summer kids camps to get recreational swimming lessons and recreational swim at Mill Pond Pool.
Thank you. That sounds great.
Very good. Other council comment or question? I know my biggest question is cost, and I know that's partially going to depend upon moving forward with more planning, correct?
Pretty much $8 million. You have a printout exactly line item by line item in your paperwork. We're pretty confident on that number, and we've checked bids that came out in Wallingford and some pools that were done everywhere else. So we're confident. Mike's confident on it. I can tell you I've done some work with the assessor, Steve Day, and found out that if you borrowed $8 million over 20 years at approximately 3%, it would only affect households by $11 per year. So the average averaging 10,000 homeowners, it would increase their property taxes by $11. And I thought that was reasonable since it costs $95 for a summer pool pass.
Bill, I knew we could count on you to come through with something like that. Thank you.
I don't want to let you down, Mayor.
So we're going to reduce the summer pass for residents by $11?
If you vote on it, yeah.
It only increases by 11 if we don't increase revenue. So we just have to work on increasing our revenue to offset that cost, and then we'll be all set.
And that's certainly possible because I believe it'll be such an attractive facility for the town of Newington. Not only could we probably increase a little bit, but I think it would make Newington an attractable city or town to move to too for young families. Also, let me just put in a plug for the splash pad. We don't have a splash pad. We're probably one of the only towns around that doesn't have at least one.
Yeah.
And what that does is enables us to turn on the facilities, say like in April, all the way through October, and it's computerized. So when the children want to use it, they hit the bollard, it goes on for 4 minutes, and each toy goes on for a few minutes, and then each kid runs to each toy. As soon as they're out of it, it turns off automatically. It's the most economical way to cool kids off, and it enables them to utilize it much more than 8 weeks in the summer. They can use it all the time, and it's a fabulous way for people to enjoy themselves in a park setting.
Bill, I'm curious, do you, and we may have this, and I haven't reviewed all the materials yet, but is there an estimated cost on just the splash pad component? Like if we did want to move forward with Churchill later on, do we have any idea kind of what that would break out?
I think they could, $800,000 to a little bit over $1 million you could make them for. Yeah, that's about right. That's an average.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Camillo?
Moving forward, is this something we can vote on tonight as far as a building committee?
Procedurally, I mean, you could if you waive the rules. I don't know that I wouldn't like to do that. We don't typically want to waive the rules.
Right, it's a building committee and it's nothing off the town's back as far as money because everything's all set. We just need to have this in place. So if the state ever opens up again to where they can supply the money for shovel-ready projects, we're already there.
I will just say from my perspective, we don't waive rules unless it's really an emergent situation. We do have another meeting scheduled just 7 days away, where there's typically a 2-week waiting period. There's only 1 week this time. It is a special meeting, so we would just have to make sure we have it added to the agenda if it's something the council wants to entertain. That would be my perspective, but I'm only one voting member, so. Councilor Counselor Camilla, was that?
That's
Are
it.
you all
Thank
set?
you.
Okay.
Yep.
Counselor Donahue, you're next.
Bill, is the splash pad included in phase one?
Is.
Okay, and I had a second question, but I can't remember right now.
Okay, we'll move on to Gail Bodraco.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of voting on it tonight. This is a great concept, whatever, but I don't consider it an emergency. And in case we have any other questions before the next meeting, but I'd like to know if the architect, whatever, I mean, I'm sure there's ways around it, but by any kind of, Mill Pond, Bill, is kind of, I mean, it should be a jewel, but it isn't. It's kind of overgrown and it's kind of dank sometimes and not necessarily as pristine as we'd like it. So, I mean, this wouldn't, the digging or the excavation or whatever wouldn't negatively impact any of the environmental part of Mill Pond, would it, or the falls?
No, in fact, we would go work with all the land permitting people and commissions, what's that one, the Inland Wetlands Commission, just to make sure that we followed all the rules and regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Minor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would completely support moving this project forward and ask to have it considered as old business for our next meeting. And would support at least moving towards the formation of a building committee. I think this is a project that's, once again, long overdue, with a 60-plus-year-old pool that would operationally be much less to operate it with a newer facility than an older one. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Minor. Counselor Mankey.
Yeah, I'm all in favor of discussing this, but I would prefer to get the budget under control before we talk about spending another $8 million.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Annis?
Is Counselor Nagel first?
Not on my screen.
Oh, okay, then I just want to say that I agree to move this forward to talk about discussing the formation of a building committee on the 19th and what the makeup would be. I think it's long overdue. And if this would work out and Mill can be the primary pool area for Parks and Rec and for all the swims, and then eventually do a splash pad at Churchill, I think that would be a real gem for our town, and it'll be a benefit.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Nagel?
I think we should put this off until next week and deciding on also I'd like some time to digest and look over the plans beyond what has been presented at this moment. It looks very favorable, but I would be concerned, since it would have to go to referendum, how the public foresees this. I would assume that if we do have a building committee, that the public would have some input. I would hate to have this go forth and not be funded in a referendum situation. Also, would like to know if this can be done in more minor phases. For instance, if the splash pad could be put in at one time and the pools at another, or pools could be done in sections. Is that possible?
We analyzed all that, and the two phases that made the most economic sense was these two phases. So we took out the tennis courts, basketball, persons with disabilities basketball, the Kevin Ollie court, the pavilions, the soccer fields, as something we could do as an exterior area of the park. But as far as mobilization of a contractor, economy of scales, and bringing in the water, electricity, sewer, it all makes sense to put the pool, the splash pad together. And the other reason why you do that is the splash pad during the summer seasons, we would allow kids to take showers by state health code And then we would recycle the water of the splash pad to save the town even more money. So it all makes sense to do the way we phased it in 2 spots to do that. And that was with the engineering people and the architect people that Mike provided to us.
I like how you got the recycling in there as well. That's a positive thing. I do feel the need to mention that while we're looking at this, those of us on the council are not forgetting other projects and other things that need to be repaired as well, or need to be looked at. And think that they are important too. That doesn't belittle or demean by any means what seems to be the wonderful forward-looking plan for Mill Pond Park. Thank you, Bill, and thank everyone else for presenting that.
Thank you, Councilor Nagel. Councilor Bedrejko.
Yeah, I guess kind of carrying on what Councilor Menke and Councilor Nagel alluded to a little bit. I'm just wondering how this all fits in with, we hired a complete facilities infrastructure consulting firm to go through all the parks and the town buildings and the town structures, whatever, and we're not going to know the results of it till like November or December. Obviously, we know the pools will be on it, but we don't know what place. Will it be number 1, number 2, number 3, whatever? We don't really have a good handle on what the state of our infrastructure buildings are. And, you know, this, I mean, it's great to have, you know, to think, yeah, this should be our shovel-ready project, but how do we know that there might not be something else that should be our shovel-ready project? And that's the only concern. I mean, we went to the cost and expense of having someone come in and evaluate all of our facilities. And I'm just wondering how this fits into that study. Are we going to exclude Mill Pond Park now? They don't have to look at it because we've already done a study. I'm just a little concerned and confused.
Well, my answer to that, Counselor, is that, again, the key is shovel ready, right? So when I was working in 2008 in another city, you don't have a lot of time. So even when your people are studying all the buildings in the town, they're not going to get back to you till November. I suspect that there's a chance we may get a government stimulation package before then. So what I'm doing is trying to put us in Newington in the best possible light. I can tell you that whoever studies our pools is going to tell you straight out they're in disrepair. That's pretty simple. That's almost a no-brainer for anybody, even the novice person looking at it.
Okay, Councilor Donahue.
Bill, are you anticipating that the state's going to pay for this entire project?
No, I think that there'll be a percentage. I'm guessing right now 20%. So maybe, you know, 1.6 million, something to that effect could be their contribution. I also wanted to, they won't pay the whole thing. There's no question about that, but you're going to be in a position where you're going to get a lot for free. So you might as well take advantage of it.
All set, Councilor Donahue?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Menke?
Whether this is a shovel-ready project or not, it will still have to go to referendum. And it still would be up to the voters to approve this plan or not. If it goes to referendum in November, it would potentially be there with Anna Reynolds School. And that would be kind of a hefty price tag for the voters to maybe swallow. Neither projects are, they're both important, but it'd be kind of hard for the voters to swallow that kind of a spending spree. Whether we're going to get some money back from the government or not, we won't get enough back to pay the majority of it. And it still has to go to referendum no matter what.
Correct. Any other council comment or question? It sounds like we have a lot to digest and kind of review that plan that Bill provided us in more detail. And we can certainly add this to as another agenda item for the 19th to be considered.
Thank you, Mayor. If I can just add one thing to Councilman Menke, The planner already has a state grant we all worked on together for those crossing areas. We're going to have 2 crossing areas from the new community center to Mill Pond, and you push a button and it'll start flashing yellow emergency lights, and it'll make it a safer place to cross the street. And that's directly what Mike Fortuna was saying. The parking lines up perfectly with the crosswalk over to Mill. So I hope that helps.
Thank you, Bill. Counselor Mankey?
I'm glad to hear that, because a lot of times I've crossed over from the parking lot. If I'm there for a council meeting early, I'll walk around the pond, and you can take your life in your hands, because the crossing is right on the corner there, and people come speeding around the corner and they don't really see it until like the last minute. So I would look forward to that.
You're correct. You're definitely correct about that. You can ask Lyric about that. That's my guide dog.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. DeMayo and Mr. Fortuna. We appreciate the presentation. Okay, we will move on. The next few items are updates from the town manager. The first one is town hall project update. Mr. Chapman?
Okay, on the town hall, it's continuing to move along. It's on schedule. The COVID-19 issue may start affecting some of the deliveries of products, but at this point, we still feel that we're going to be able to move in July. The exterior envelope, if you look at the town hall lately, pretty much complete. Most of the glass is in. Lighting is going in, permanent lighting inside now. The millwork is going into the various 3 floors. Ceiling grids are going in. We're getting close. We're getting very close. The bathrooms, the toilets are now in. The sinks are going in. Mazzicoli Way is under construction right now. The elevator will be installed very shortly. And the gym wooden floor will be installed in the very near future. So everything's on course, it's on budget, and we're optimistic that we'll still be getting in there in July. And again, subject to any COVID-19 issues. I will tell you that we are discovering, based upon the COVID-19, that the design of our counters for the various offices do not have any type of plexiglass protection. Something that we're going to have to look at if this COVID-19 continues to be an issue. We're trying to avoid having the need to put it into our existing building, so that, because the building is closed and we don't have the public coming in. But at some point, if we do open up the new building and we have another relapse of the COVID-19, then we're going to have to really consider. We have sliding, we'll say, doors on the counters right now that are designed, but there's no plexiglass or anything like that. So we're going to have to look at that as a add-on at some point down the road.
Okay, Councilor Donahue has a question.
Yeah, Keith, with the COVID and everything being shut down, are we still going to be tasked to be out of the building on that date? Nobody can get in to pack anything.
I'm sorry?
Nobody's in the building to pack anything. And if the town hall remains closed, are we still going to be held to getting out of the building on that date?
Yeah, we're planning on being out of the existing building and into the new building in July. Otherwise, there will be penalties given to the town. So yeah, we're scheduling the movers. We're packing our own stuff right now, those people that have the ability. So yeah, everything's on schedule for a July move.
Okay, cool.
And again, who knows what's going to happen, you know?
I agree.
Yep.
Any other council question or comment? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chapman. We can move on to the health update regarding COVID-19.
Well, of course, that is the topic of discussion now, and I will tell you that we again this week I'm glad to report that we're still all healthy in the town hall and then throughout the town. We continue to do our AB team shift on the public works people, so they're working 7 days a week, 10-hour work days. The employees, I think, are getting very accustomed to the working at home concept. We were all a little hesitant, but over time, it's become really a new way of doing business. And I think that in some cases, we're going to probably continue it no matter what. I had a discussion actually with Bill DeMayo and the health district yesterday on their take on what's going on with COVID-19 and how we're going to handle the spring and early summer programming for Parks and Rec and library and so forth. And it was not a promising discussion. I think the district is pretty firm on not rushing into opening anything up or starting programs until we see later on how this opening of businesses transpires. So we're going to take it one step at a time. We're not at this point hiring our summer help yet because we don't know if we're going to need them. As far as the business community goes, we're working with planning and zoning. There are restaurants that are going to have an opening. Some of them have requested outside seating, using in some cases in the center of town municipal parking lot area. We're working with the restaurants on that. So I think, without knowing where we're going and how we're going to get there, the best we can do is continue to serve our citizens as we have been. The Human Services and Senior Center are very busy, even though they're not seeing clients face to face. They are doing a lot of, we'll say, remote conversations and food deliveries and so forth. So we're taking this one day at a time, and it's unfortunate because we don't have a master plan. We do have our 30% reduction proposals from all departments that we're going to be going through now and analyzing them. So we're prepared as much as we can be prepared, and we're certainly able to provide assistance to the public as needed. As was pointed out earlier, the small businesses are really dependent on the bank industry for assistance. We're not in that business, and we don't have the answers. However, if anyone requests any information or guidance, we certainly will try to provide it. And that's about it.
Okay, thank you. Any council question or comment? Councilor Minor.
Thank you. Just question for Keith. Is there anybody, so I know the May 20th opening requires businesses to self-certify that they're following their required checklist in order to be open. And it's my understanding on the state level that they're leaving it to the local municipalities to A, monitor those businesses, and B, I know the health district generally would be the one overseeing barbershops and hair salons now that they seem to have gotten that straightened out. Is the district going to be doing inspections, or how are we handling that? And the same thing with the retailers that are opening up. Are they going to be going around just to make sure that they are actually complying? Because the state looks like they're putting it on the local municipalities to quote unquote enforce it or to oversee it.
Anything dealing with health will be handled by the health district. They're going to have to gear up. And again, in talking with Charlie Brown, it's going to be a challenge for them to address this. Many of the restaurants we have not heard from yet to know if they're even going to open up. As far as local enforcement goes, certainly if we determine or we detect any, we'll say, activity that is viewed as illegal or improper, we will either through our enforcement people or our police department take action. We're not looking to arrest people, but we're certainly going to, stop the behavior if it's not appropriate. But the health department or health district is going to have a major role in this, particularly with the restaurants. So, again, the state is delegating this to us, and it's a difficult situation to say the least. But we're going to all work together to have it happen.
Okay, and just to clarify, in the event that we do get to the 20th, our regular retail businesses open up as they're expected to by their self-certification, and complaints are coming in to the PD, which seems to be, it's a regular occurrence now that they're going to some of the larger retailers that have been open as essential businesses because people are complaining about not having proper occupancy or too crowded, not having the social distancing. Is there any department that we're going to put in as oversight to say this is going to be the department that's going to review these complaints? Or are you going to have the PD continue to have to deal with it? And, it's really not their job to say whether or not there's plexiglass, enclosures at a checkout line.
Yeah, it's the enforcement responsibility certainly is not been identified by the state. It's leaving it up to every town. Every town's going to do it differently. Our approach will be, working collaboratively with all the departments. If the police department feels that they're overtaxed on enforcement issues that can be handled by, we'll say, the zoning enforcement or the blight officer or whatever, then we'll shift some of those duties over. But again, we're going to have to kind of take this one step at a time when it comes to that enforcement side, because we don't know how many of the businesses are going to actually open up. We know of a few restaurants that have contacted us, and we're working with them on some of their outdoor seating issues. So it's a little premature, even though it's close to the May 20th, it's still premature to know what these businesses are going to do, because they're still trying to figure out whether they're going to open up or not. And getting employees back, from what I understand, is now becoming an issue, because the employees that work at some of these locations that are now on unemployment are getting unemployment checks along with stipends from the federal government of $600 a week. So there's not a real incentive to want to go back to work at this point for some of the people.
Okay, just to close out, it seems to be the consensus that at least the retail that I deal with, I'm going to say about 90% of them are intending to reopen. So I think the Turnpike is going to get very active again. And I think you'll see the majority of small businesses will try to reopen because they're allowed. Now, whether or not they stay open is a different story. I just don't want to see anybody get deluged with not having appropriate information or really what they should be doing when they reopen.
Yeah, and again, I totally agree with that. And our biggest concern is the health issue for not only the customers, but the owners, the employees of those facilities. We'll work closely with those businesses that are opening up to make sure that everybody's in conformance and they understand their responsibilities.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Anist?
Yeah, are you working in conjunction with any of the surrounding towns to see what
Not
they're
at this
doing?
point.
And maybe,
We're basically working through the health district, because they represent the 4 towns. So our approach has been, let's all be on the same sheet of music in the 4 towns through the district, which seems to be working. As I said, yesterday we had a joint teleconference with the 3 other towns dealing with the whole issue of recreation this spring and summer. So I think that our approach has been individual in some cases, but regional in other cases.
that's what I want to hear. And can you elaborate which employees are working at home?
Oh, geez, I can get you the list, but some of them are being rotated, tax office, assessor's office, finance to a certain extent, library, Yeah, I could, you know, the part, the field crews like parks, grounds, and highway, they're working different shifts, but no one there is working at home. They don't have that type of work to do, but I'd say most of the offices within the town hall and senior center and library, there are people that are working at home that they may not be there every day at home, but they'll be in to the office some days and at home on other days.
Thank you.
Mr. Chapman, in terms of the people working at home, is there always someone available in each department, like to answer phone calls or to conduct business that needs to be done?
Yeah, every office is covered, regular work hours, Monday through Friday. Everybody knows to keep a distance from one another. But if somebody, you know, what we don't want to do is have people coming to the town hall unless it's absolutely necessary. And if they come to the town hall, there are phone numbers that are posted at all doors for all offices. We ask if they call to the office that they're seeking, and that individual in the office will then meet them at the door, depending on what their needs are. But we don't encourage anybody to come to the town hall to do business. And in fact, we're talking now about having a drop off for tax payments if people don't want to mail them in or whatever, that we'll have like a mailbox out. So we don't encourage people coming to the town hall at all, but all offices are covered whenever the town hall regular operating hours are in existence. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Minor?
Just one last thing real quick to follow up to that. Keith, is there any consideration been given to the online platform in terms of waiving fees for credit card payments or check payments? I know there's usually an associated fee. I think the credit card is a lot more than the check or ACH. Has there been any consideration that way to try to discourage people from coming in, but not costing them more money to do so?
No, you raise a good point, Counselor. I will talk with Janet about that tomorrow. I don't know if there's been any discussions with her departments being like tax office and so forth, but it's a topic that we will talk about tomorrow. We have a staff meeting scheduled for Thursday, but I should be able to get with Janet tomorrow to see if that's possible.
Yeah, to see what that financial impact to the town as the cost might be, to see if the benefit outweighed the cost. Thank
Sure.
you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other council comment or question? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to discussion of Anna Reynolds Elementary School roof replacement. Mr. Chapman?
Well, the latest report would indicate that the roof is still sealed. It's no leaks into the building. We've had some strange weather lately. I mean, snow even a couple of days ago, but we seem to be having a good response. As you can see on your chart, everything's been dry every day, even though we've had some heavy rains at times. So keeping our fingers crossed that it holds up until it's renovated.
Okay. I'm wondering, Mr. Chapman, do you feel that it's necessary to continue to have this as an every meeting update, or should we consider moving it to maybe once a month or something like that?
What I would suggest is that I think we still want to get the daily logs. And if we find that the logs reveal that there is wetness in the building again, then we'll put it back on the agenda. But otherwise, I think we can keep it off the agenda for the time being, sure. If that's what the council would like.
I'm looking around for a general consensus if people want to nod, if they agree with that, to take it off for now and put it on as needed.
Makes perfect sense to me.
I agree.
That seems to be the consensus. So we can certainly discuss that at agenda setting, but that sounds reasonable. Thank you.
What we'll do is we'll continue to send to you the reports, but we won't have it as an agenda item unless wetness shows up.
Perfect. Okay. Next item is the waiver of RFP bid requirement for audio-visual package.
Okay, this one, as you are all aware, we got into looking at this whole aspect of the new building late in the process. And Paul Boutot has been just buried in trying to get things done in the audio visual and the security of the building. He's here tonight to give you an update on where we stand with the vendor that has been selected. It is Vision Point, excuse me, of Newington. It's right in town. They're a company that we're very pleased with, and we're pleased to have them not only be in town, but they also just recently expanded in town. And we will be seeking a bid waiver tonight for this work to go forward. Otherwise, if we have to go out the bid, or if this thing gets any further delayed, there's a good likelihood we will not have this work done before we move in there, and we really need to have it all done. So I think Paul's available. He's going to go over briefly what the dollars are and how it splits out between the Board of Education and the town. And Paul, are you there?
I am here. Yes, I am.
Why don't you take it from here?
Okay, I think everyone was given a packet and was sent out via email from Town Clerk Krapinski, and it gave the summary, if you will, pages 56 and 57 in that packet covered the cost that was provided by Vision Point. As the town manager indicated, located here in Newington, a woman-owned business. And we've had work done in the existing town council by them. So they've done really good work for us in the past. They've also did some work in the police department and other municipalities in the state. First floor is the most expensive line item, as you can see from the project summary, $318,000. That actually is audio visual equipment that would take care of the town council chambers. There's a meeting room in between town council chambers, as well as the Helen Nelson room where the Board of Education has their meetings. That combined system has equipment, speakers, microphones, audio, as well as the visual. There'll be monitors within the town council chambers, the meeting area in between, as well as in the Helen Nelson area. So that makes up the blunt of that particular line item. On the second floor, we have conference rooms and selected offices that will have monitors inside there as well. And that will be for presentation purposes when we're doing PowerPoints, or we're meeting in those rooms to have conferences, or when other people utilize our rooms and they need a facility to go ahead and have a method to display a presentation or share it amongst a group of individuals. And that holds true, going into the third floor as well. We have 3 rooms on the Board of Education that will be taken into account, as well as a lobby area for them, for individuals waiting to go into the secure area of the Board of Education. So when we take a look at that, we've also asked the vendor to break down some of the costs as far as the plan, so we can see how much was the Board of Education, how much is the town, in order to look at doing some cost sharings across the board here for the major departments involved. So the Board of Education's line items here take into their portion of the Helen Nelson room, which is adjacent to the town council chambers and the meeting room in between. So we're looking at $58,000 costs for their area. And then they have 3 conference rooms up on the third floor that will take care of their presentation needs. And they also have 1 location in the lobby, which is a digital signage component, which brings their total around $78,000. Now, if we go back up a little bit, James, just on the top one, there are a few things inside here that we're covering on town costs. There's the overall system, the integration of all the pieces that tie everything together. So part of Vision Point's work was to also look at integrating a paging system through the building, one for public safety. That was one of the recommendations from the public safety team, the police department, and that if we were to have an emergency, is there a way for us to go through either the phone system or some type of handheld mics that we can make an announcement in the building. We also had a paging need within Parks and Recreation, the community space, when we have things going on in that large area. It's a multi-purpose rooms that they have. They have arts and crafts rooms. You may have individuals that get lost in the building in that particular area, or kids during the preschool. So it makes sense to have that type of a system. So we've asked them to integrate that into the building as well. And then what you see is that line item for the NVX installment, the entire building or the installation of that, that is a component that is just brings intelligence to the system that we have to allow us to control it or integrate it throughout the network. We've also taken in a group down to Vision Point. We had a technical overview as far as some of the services that they will be providing us. So we ended up having leadership at that particular meeting, and we also had a representative from NCTV in the Board of Education. So Vision Point presented to the group and explained their strategy on the technology that they were presenting, how things would work, how we can get a signal over to NCTV. NCTV had some questions. I believe we've answered most of them, or Vision Point actually answered them if I couldn't deal with the response to satisfy them. So I think we have a good plan here. The biggest thing that we're faced right now with is the time constraint. So I was assigned from the previous town manager where this project was not in the base, if you recall, as far as the building project. So in a short period of time, we've had to take a look at what would be needed for the work. That's the design services that we utilize Vision Point for, and that was without having to do a bid waiver on that. That service came in below our threshold. And we've identified and we'll have drawings submitted here by the end of the week, which will help us identify some additional costs that are not represented here. So there may be some low voltage wiring that needs to be pulled throughout the building to account for the paging system and the speaker system. So we'll have to look at paying for that out of different accounts in order to move that forward. And we won't have that dollar figure. And again, I don't see it as part of the AV on what we're asking for the bid waiver here tonight. But I think I have a solution to handle that, is that we should probably look at going forward with a not to exceed value on this bid waiver. So we do have pretty detailed line item pricing on here right now. And we do also have some optional components that we did not include, but that we provided pricing for. So if you can scroll just a little bit, James. So in some of the conference rooms with what's going on with COVID, if you can continue going down toward the bottom of the page, there we go. So on the rooms that we identify as conference calls. So right now, everyone individually is on a Zoom laptop in front of you, you have one camera. But sometimes there's a need where we have multiple people in a room, and we may need to have a Zoom meeting or a team meeting or whatever technology, if you're using Google or whatnot, Hangouts, that we need a room where you may have multiple people. So if we resume back to normal operations, we may have 4 or 5 people inside a room or more, at which time we can have a camera and a microphone inside that particular room and then participate in a video conference call as a group. So we have some pricing that was provided by Vision Point to accomplish that goal, which is approximately 28, 42, 28. And the rooms were identified where that solution that they're proposing would work for us. So if we added those individual items to the overall price that they provided, so we're at $493, $421, $29 as far as a dollar value. If we went over and added the additional conference rooms and some of the Polycom videos in those rooms, that would bring our total up to $530, $370, $93. And you know, with any project, we'd want to have some contingency. So if we added and even went to $550 for a bid waiver, then that would only give us probably about 3.7% contingency, if some wiggle room if something were to occur. Maybe there's a shipping issue. Maybe we have to do expedited shipping, or we have to change a manufacturer from part A to part B. So my recommendation would be to account for some overhead or some change, and then have it as a not to exceed. So right now we could either make that $550, which would give you 3.7% contingency, or possibly look at moving it up to above that, say $575 would give you 8.41% contingency. And again, if those funds weren't used, they go back into our accounts that we're pulling them from. But this would be funded out of CIP with the Board of Education. We had a meeting conference call today with Dr. Brummett on her portion, and she was in agreement that everything sounded good as far as what was presented to her, and that she saw the price tag on the $78,000 that we spoke about. And we also discussed the items that the town was going to be paying and is picking up as just the overall scope of the project to try to get this thing to move forward. So with that being said, again, I would say a not to exceed dollar value bid waiver in this case, I think would be good. I think the $493, $421, if you did bid on that, then there are no changes. And that includes, there would be no add on the Polycom units. And if you want to proceed with having a little bit of contingency space, then again, I would look at the 550 or the 575. And I open the floor up to any questions regarding the package itself.
Thank you, Mr. Boutot. Counselor Minor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Paul, just one question. There is line item money in the CIP for AV equipment, correct?
We
Or
did.
where were you proposing to draw from it?
We put a CIP dollar value a request in this year for this project. And again, utilizing some estimated pricing on what we were looking at from a previous AV vendor that we were looking at utilizing. And in this particular case, we switched because of some of the design issues that we encountered in the building. So that particular AV designer, we did not use moving forward on this project. They wanted more to do the initial design work. And then once we identified Vision Point as a local resource, and we did not have to utilize the bid waiver that we originally had requested for the design work. So we do have funding in place to accommodate the majority of the town side. And again, a lot of the dollar figures for the infrastructure, and with the Board of Ed offsetting some of those costs, we should be in good shape, Counselor.
And that's in the current 1920 fiscal year, correct?
It's going to be in the one that you are actually going to be passing. So we're basically going to be, we have to use some money from existing CIP accounts to pay for it. But yes, we are hoping that you pass the budget as discussed, which included a line item in there for this. If you recall, the date to move into the building actually was moved forward. We weren't looking originally at being in the building into fall timeframe on the original timeframes that we were provided. So then that CIP request, the previous year that we had put in for the AV, was bumped to this year. So we didn't get it in the year that we wanted it, which we would have it readily available now. So that's why that budget request sits on the town council now for this year.
Okay. For some reason, I had it in my head, and I don't know if Janet is still with us or not. I thought there was an existing line item that we had for IT for 1920 that was still there. Am I incorrect on that?
I don't think Janet's still with us, and I don't have.
Oh, she left. Okay. Yeah, that's just something to look at. For some reason, I thought there was relatively close to that available currently 1920, but it doesn't really matter, I guess, which pocket it comes from. The other question I had for you, Paul, is that is just AV, correct? That is not including any type of camera system?
Camera system is separate to the project. We do have approximately 58, 59 cameras. I know we're somewhere in the upper 50s going into the building. We got lucky on that, actually. When the bid went out, the electrician bid the package with cameras in, but originally we had wiring only on those camera locations. So we made out there, and that was done underneath the project at the base bid.
Okay, so that is in the base bid for Downs on both the CCTV as well as the electronic locks. Am I correct in that?
On the electronic locks, there were some adjustments before I came into the project. So when the previous administration as well as facilities were on board, they made some changes to where some doors were getting electronic locks, some were not getting electronic locks, some were getting door access controls. We have run again, on the previous administration, I was instructed to move the door access control forward, the project forward, after it was kind of modified, and then we obtained pricing for that. We've identified the majority of doors, I would say, that people come and go out of on a routine basis. So we have a access control package that we identified and have that going forward. So we're gonna, from a security where there was nothing in the building originally, now we're looking at addressing public address. We're looking at audio visual door access controls being part of this, as well as a paging system. So I think we've increased our posture as far as having modern technology in the building, as well as door access controls and security features.
Okay, but base bid for Downs did have some degree of door access control systems in it as well?
Rough outs, when we talk about door access control systems, inside the building. And the Board of Ed had minor door access controls that were on maybe a couple doors, 2-3 doors up on the 3rd floor. But we are speaking rough outs at that time on the base.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselor Anist? Counselor Anist, you're on mute.
I was pushing.
You're still on mute. I don't know what happened. We heard you there for a second.
Okay.
There we go.
Thank you. Somebody muted me. So we have 450,000 in the town hall community center audio visual. What's the difference between that and the town hall community center technology costs that it's currently 433,000?
Those are dollars that we've been utilizing to that we put aside there. There was no money for UPS's servers, switching equipment that need to go in the building. So that's more direct towards those type of objects that we would be buying moving forward into the building as well.
So where would you propose, if we're putting 450 in now for the audio visual, where would you pull the difference to make up the buffer?
Well, we have to take existing CIP funds that we have out of our equipment reserve, IT equipment reserve funds, until the budget gets codified, if you guys approve the 450 request that we have inside the budget. So we're working on trying to move money around to move the timing of the project forward. So right now, we need to get a signed document towards Vision Point so that we can actually issue them a PO. We have real dollars associated to it so they can order equipment and then start making progress on moving this forward so that we can have it completed before July 14th.
Right, but you're proposing 575, was it 575? I'm sorry.
That would, if we went 575,
buffer.
that would give us an 8.41%.
Right, and the Board of Ed is 78, so we're still going to be short money. Where are you proposing to take the difference from?
Out of equipment reserve, out of IT equipment reserve funds. Or again, I have to make sure that, or we could utilize the other the figure that you referenced, the other account. So we have 2 CIP funds. So one of those CIP funds would make up the difference.
That's fine. Thank you.
Yep.
Further council comment or question? So we need someone to read the motion in with a figure. It sounds like, I think 3% is cutting it a bit close in terms of a contingency piece when you're talking about, unforeseens in a project. So it sounds like the 575 would make more sense. That would give the 8.41% contingency piece. But I'm looking around to see if there's a consensus on this from the council. Councilor Annis is saying yes, Braverman, Councilor Nagel.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so would someone read in the motion with the $575,000 figure?
Resolved. Whereas the town council has the power under section 814 of the Newington Charter to waive the process of procuring sealed bids, and whereas the town personnel has determined that the installation of the audiovisual package is an integral part of the town hall and community center renovation project. And now therefore be it resolved that the town council hereby grants a waiver for the requirement of sealed bids for the procurement of installation of the audiovisual package for the town hall community center renovation project with an estimated cost not to exceed the amount
$575,000.
$575,000, and be it further resolved, the bid waiver for the Vision Point of Newington, Connecticut is granted subject to a final negotiated price between Vision Point and the town of Newington.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Donahue. Any further discussion? I will say that typically we try not to do bid waivers unless it's really urgent. And in this case, it is urgent. The timeline for the town hall is right upon us. We need to make sure we get this done. There was issue mentioned before with a different contractor, and it kind of put us even more behind the 8 ball than we already were. So, you know, I'm hoping tonight that we can go ahead and move this forward to keep the project on track. Councilor Annis, are you wanting to speak? Okay, I couldn't tell. Okay, so I think we're all set. We can do a roll call vote on this.
Counselor Annis,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman, Counselor Budraco,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Minor, Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Minor, yes.
Okay, thank you. Braverman,
Yes.
okay, 9-0.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, for that great presentation and for all your work behind the scenes. I know you've been working day and night on trying to get this solidified for us, so thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, next item on our agenda is discussion Town Manager Evaluation Subcommittee. The Town Manager Evaluation Subcommittee met earlier this evening, and Councilor Nagel is the chairman, so I'll let him give the update.
Thank you, Mayor. As you said, the subcommittee met again earlier prior to this meeting. Previously, we have said at a council meeting that evaluation forms and a rating system, which has been used previously, was to be sent out to all town council members. And indeed, we've received the replies from those who wish to participate. And the ratings have all been added up and are on a grid chart. And the details have been forwarded for that, as well as all the comments that councilors made in terms of each of the sections of the form. They've all been forwarded to them confidentially in their private emails. And I hope they have those materials with them for our executive session later on. Mr. Chapman also submitted a self-assessment evaluation using the same form that all of the counselors have used. And that lets you know where we are up to this moment.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Nagel. Any discussion or question on this? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to consideration of new business. The first item is one that I had requested that we add to the agenda, which is the discussion of the Board of Education non-lapsing fund. So just to give the entire council an update on this item, and I have tried to reach out to everybody for the most part today to try and give an update. Through the budget process, we've seen the Board of Education's request had come to us. The town manager saw fit to decrease their request by $590,355. The Board of Education and I, several members of the board, primarily the superintendent of schools and the board chair, Mr. Vasella, I've been speaking with recently to try and figure out how we could come to a resolution that would best serve our students as well as the rest of our residents. And we have come up with a proposal that I would like to present to the council this evening. And I did forward an email out with some draft language to be considered at our next meeting on the 19th. Essentially what we are considering doing and would like the council to consider, and as I mentioned, this is in conjunction with the superintendent as well as the board chair, who I believe are both attendees on the other side of the meeting tonight. So if we do have any questions, we can pull them in. The proposal is that we would consider reinstating the $590,355 that the town manager decreased the budget by, but instead of doing it within the budgetary process and increasing the burden on taxpayers, allowing them to add that amount to their non-lapsing account, which already, the way it stands right now, there's a memorandum of understanding. The state had allowed years ago to start the fund at a 1% contribution each year if there was a surplus on the Board of Ed budget. And so now we would be looking to, as a council, codify an agreement with them for a one-time increase to that 1% of the $590,355. And while this isn't certainly the most desirable way to increase a budget, I'm sure in terms of the Board of Ed, it is a way for us to make more funds available to them in a very uncertain time right now, without increasing our overall budget and the increase to taxpayer burden and the mill rate. So that being said, I'll open it up for discussion. No one? Okay. Oh, Counselor Mackey.
I agree. This is certainly an uncertain time, but I do appreciate the fact that the council and the board are actually talking and they're actually working out some creative solution. Maybe not the best solution, but a creative solution that gets us through this uncertain period. And I encourage that the board and the superintendent of schools are willing to entertain sort of thinking outside the box to try to make everybody as whole as possible in this process.
Thank you. I will say, you know, I did reach out to Counselor Annis as our minority leader today as well to make sure that she was kept in the loop in the discussion. It was something that kind of unfolded today as a final thought. And, you know, I wanted to make sure that we are all working together on the council. So I appreciate Counselor Annis' input earlier when I did contact her as well.
Thank you, and I appreciated you reaching out. Our only concern is as long as the superintendent can make it work to put those positions in, we're in favor of doing this.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I can tell you from my conversations with both the board chair as well as the superintendent, they both were very pleased with the discussion, I think. I'm looking to see, it looks like, I'm trying to see if anybody's got their hand up on the other side too. No, okay. And we can certainly invite them to attend our May 19th meeting if we need some more information from either or both of them. In the meantime, I did forward an email out to everyone. It was late today. Unfortunately, I was out of town most of the day with very limited Wi-Fi and cell coverage. So I did email out to the council some draft MOU language that was provided by the town attorney to be considered by us at our next meeting. So we'll make sure that's in the agenda packet for next meeting. Councilor Minor?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to, as long as we can get the superintendent, it'd be nice to be able to hear it directly from her that she's all right with this and can make it work. I would feel a lot more comfortable with it. Thank you.
I'm looking just to see, her hand is raised in the attendees section. So let me click on her and unmute her. Ms. Brummett, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for allowing me in. Yes, I do concur with this decision, and I do believe it's a very collaborative way of us trying to do business in light of these trying times. I can make this work, and I appreciate, the council's consideration.
Excellent. Thank you for hanging in. It's been a long evening, so I appreciate you hanging in.
You got it.
Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Brummett? Or Dr. Brummett? I apologize. I do that all the time, the wrong titles. I'll do
No
that.
worries.
I don't see any hands raised, so I think we're all set. Thank you for affirming that.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, have a good evening. Okay, folks, any other council discussion? Okay, so we will look for that to be on the agenda for the 19th. We'll work with the Board of Ed and the superintendent to firm up the language in the MOU agreement just to make sure we're all in agreement and that we can go ahead and execute that hopefully on the 19th. Thank you, everyone. We'll move on to the next item, which is the annual appointment of the auditor. This is typically, I believe the memo came out from Janet Murphy, our finance director. James, were you going to speak to this, or do you want me to just go through the memo?
If you'd like to, we do this every year.
Mhm.
So it's just a continuation of the 4-year contract. We're into year 2 of that at this time. And it's scheduled for the May 19th to approve that auditor prior to June 30th.
Okay. I'm noticing on the memo, it says that last year the town issued a request for proposals for audit services for the fiscal year ending June 30th. This 2019 for the 3 years, the result of the RFP, the firm of Bloom Shapiro was selected. The auditor must be reappointed each year. This is the second year of the 4-year, as James mentioned. And so it's a discussion item for this evening, and we're looking to take action at the May 19th meeting. Really just a matter of fact business. Any question or comment by the council? All right, thank you all. Seeing none, we'll move on. That brings us to resignations and appointments. Are there any to be brought forward?
I have none.
I have none.
Okay, great. We'll move on to minutes of previous meetings. We have the April 25th, 2020 special meeting minutes, April 28th, 2020 regular meeting minutes. Can I have a motion to accept those?
So moved.
No, second.
So moved by Counselor Annis, seconded by Counselor Mankey. Any discussion or corrections to be made? All right, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We will move on to written oral communications from the town manager, other town agencies and officials, other governmental agencies and officials, and the public. Mr. Chapman?
Yes, just a few things. One thing is that I had advised you probably 2 months ago that we would be starting to negotiate with the AFSCME 2930 union. However, that's been delayed at the request of the union because of the COVID-19 situation. And I agree wholeheartedly that this is not the time to try to get together to work on a new contract. It's something that would be more appropriately done face-to-face rather than through, Zoom or whatever. So I've honored their request, so we will not be negotiating until further notice on their contract. The other thing is that blight is becoming an issue more and more in the town, and our blight officer is more active than in the past. People will be receiving notifications that they have some blight on their properties, some to a large degree, others to a smaller degree. What we're asking is that everyone take the time to clean up their outside areas. The winter's over, we hope, although it snowed this week. We don't know, but we're hoping. So it's a good time to get out there and clean up everything. And most people have time right now because most people are home. So we'd like to have the town look as good as it can. It's very important for resale values of real estate. So if you, as counselors, receive any comments or complaints, just know that we're out there and we're going street by street. And we anticipate that some people will be getting notification of blight in their yards. So best thing to do is just go out and over the weekend, clean up whatever you can, and hopefully you won't be cited. That's about it.
Any council comment or question? Okay, we'll move on to council liaison committee reports. Councilor Nagel?
Last night I attended, I believe Councilor Minor attended also a Zoom library board meeting relevant to the public and also to counselors. You should know that the librarian has met with other librarians in the area to devise a regional way of doing some opening up on June 1st of curbside service, which will be modified. It doesn't mean that the building itself will be opened at all. So they're working on that. They're also, she's also, as well as the library, dealing with the guidelines, health guidelines that have been provided and have staggered the staff. So there was 6 feet distancing, as the town manager has mentioned previously. Also, they're going to increase streaming services that are going to be added, and also virtual programming. The programming will, to a great deal, be involving children's services and children materials. And also they're setting up a partnership with NCTV so that these presentations can be presented at designated times on NCTV.
That's wonderful news. Any other council committee liaison reports? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to public participation. At this time, I'm gonna click on over. We have 2 raised hands currently. And so anyone who's in the attendees section, if you'd like to participate, please do the raised hand function at the bottom of the participants window. Or if you're on your phone, you can dial *9 to raise your hand as well to be acknowledged. The first person that I see, the phone number ends in 070. You can go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, it's Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. I'm really testing myself tonight trying to order on Amazon, watch the meeting and participate. But the first thing I'd like to address, I want to thank the town manager for mentioning the blight letters that were sent out. I've been noticing on Facebook a lot of chatter and people are blaming their neighbors. I think things are tense enough at this time in our lives that an acknowledgement from the town that it is the town staff that's going out and looking for the blight was in order, because like I said on Facebook, and I'd say it right here, don't be looking at your neighbors cross-eyed thinking that they're turning you in. That being said, spring cleanup time, and I get it, the people are home, but a lot of people are also doing double duty, being a parent and being a teacher. So I think the town maybe can, just kind of hold back a little bit with pushing on that issue. Not that I'm saying that I'm against the cleanup of the town, because there are things that have to be done. But once again, I'm glad that Mr. Chapman addressed that situation. As for the CIP and the Chromebooks, I've said it once and I'll say it again. I don't want to keep repeating myself. Having the rules change every time there's a new town manager with CIP is not good, and it causes a lot of problems. This year we had a new town manager, a new superintendent, and 2 rookies on the committee, and it doesn't bode well for going forward and what the CIP can and cannot be used for. Speaking of the CIP, I noticed that that the superintendent of Parks and Rec stated that the cost was going to be $8 million for the Mill Pond renovations. I thought I had read somewhere in one of the minutes of the meetings of Parks and Recreation that there was an estimated $8 million cost, and that the idea was also to take $4 million from CIP. Now, that may have changed. $8 million may be the total cost, but I hope somebody will get an answer as to whether they anticipate monies being taken from CIP to help provide funds for that project. As for the Economic Development Director, I heard what everybody is saying tonight, but what I'm not hearing is that everybody knows who's on this team and what the direction is of this team that is supposedly working for economic development in this town. I think the public as well should be aware. Maybe you can get some of the people on the team and the town manager to give some sort of a presentation. I was a little bit taken aback when Councilor Annis spoke to the fact that a lot of the town staff is being overworked, and something's going to give, and we're going to pay down the road some price for this taxing of individuals in the time that we're in right now. And Councilor Camillo, I believe, indicated that he didn't feel as though they were being overworked. Actually, they were finally working. If I was a town employee, I'd take offense at that. Again, I say what I have to say. I don't say it on Facebook. I say it to all of you sitting around the table. And I will say to you, thank you for all you do. And Councilor Mankey, thank you for saying what you had to say about the pool situation. I think it's more important to get the budget taken care of and worry about the pools after that. Stay well, stay safe, and hope to see you next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons. The next member of the public, it appears to be Ms. Mazzacoli. Hold on one second, Sue. I'm trying to, there you go. Are you there, Ms. Mazzacoli?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you just state your name and address to make it official, please?
Susan Mazzacoli, 149 Harris Drive, Newington, Connecticut. I want to start out by thanking Rose Lyons for pointing me in the direction of where I could find the information about the town council Zoom meeting. So now that I've found it, however, it took me 4 separate steps to get to that page. I'm hoping the town clerk or somebody who's in charge of our website could put a link on the home page that goes to that particular page with all the details. It would be so much easier. I wouldn't have ever thought about going to the town clerk if Rose hadn't informed me of that. So if you could put it on either the home page or maybe, you know, if you don't want to keep the home page, you want to keep it clean, you've already got notices about COVID on there, maybe put it directly under agendas, because that's the first thing I thought about. And so if you could take a look at that suggestion, I'd appreciate it. I want to also say that I am a little bit concerned about moving everything from the old building into the new building. And personally, I have a vested interest in this issue. Is I would like to see the mayor's pictures that used to be in the entry hallway, be certain that somebody's in charge of taking care of those pictures, that they get put into the new building in a nice place where everybody can see them when they enter the building, or at least somewhere where most people will gather. And at least make sure that they get there, because we've had issues in the past where at a meeting in the old council chambers, I found a picture of Pat Genova on the floor. Now, Pat Genova was very well known in this town to many of you, but for the new people, she was head of TPZ for many, many years. She was also a director at the Children's Hospital when it was in Newington. And so therefore, we have a street named Pat Genova going to the scene, to the Children's Center. So if it could happen to Pat Genova being found on the floor of the council meeting in the back, I gotta tell you, that devastated me when I saw that. I'm hoping that you could take really good care of those mayor's pictures when moving into the new building. Also, I want to say that I do like the idea of the pools. I thought it looked very enticing. Maybe even I might stop by. But at the same time, I'm worried about Anna Reynolds. Mr. Mankey made mention that they might both be on the agenda at the same time, and that would concern me. I've been waiting for Anna Reynolds for a very long time. But also, I do like the pools. And then thank you for giving the extra money, $2,500 to NCTV. I have stayed in contact with my town government through NCTV, and it's extremely important. And I do appreciate it. So thank you very much for all of you. Thank you for this Zoom meeting even existing. It's just amazing to me. I've been on the senior and disabled meetings also by Zoom. Diane's doing a wonderful job, by the way. Diane Stone, amazing. I would keep you on a lot longer than the time I'm speaking to go into those details, but I will be sending a letter. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mazzacoli.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, there's no one else with the raised hand in our attendees, so we will move on to remarks by counselors. Counselor Menke?
Yeah, I think it's important to put the photos of the mayors someplace prominently. But we shouldn't also forget that we have the photos of those veterans who gave their lives for Newington that also should be put someplace prominently in the new town hall. They should go someplace where people can walk by and remember on a regular basis and not just put over on a hallway someplace that no one ever uses.
Absolutely. And just to tag on that, Mr. Chapman, if you could just check into that. I think there were a few mayors missing recently in the that their pictures had not been added, and we might want to try and get that up to date with the new town hall as well.
We will.
Thank you. Counselor Minor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question and a follow-up is the Zoom has definitely given us a new perspective on how to do business. I am longing for the opportunity to sit around the table with everybody again, and
Yes.
I'm questioning to Mr. Chapman, we are not a social gathering. We are a government body. And I'm questioning whether or not you can reach out to Mr. Brown with CCHD and ask him specifically about us reconvening in person. We have enough room in our existing council chamber to be able to spread out even by adding a few tables to accomplish 6 foot, spacing between us, even probably to allow a small gallery of people that could or choose to come out and view personally. But I would really like to get back to in-person discussions, especially now that we're really, I think, going to need to get together more as we get through all this. So if you could possibly reach out to that would be my only comment.
I will do that, certainly.
Yeah, I double checked the governor's reopening presentation, and it was very specific to still 5 or under people at a gathering at a time. It didn't specify social or any. I was hoping there might be language specific to meetings or town business, but at this point, all I saw was the 5 people limit. So I'd be interested to hear what the CCHD has to say about that as well.
Yeah, I know businesses are existing in groups that are larger than 5, and they are, honoring the 6 foot social spacing. And I believe the Vision Point presentation was attended by more than 5 individuals. So I think that's something we need to look at in perspective. That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
Counselor Bedrejko?
Yes, Counselor Minor, I'm longing to be back in the room with you as well.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
But anyways, just piggybacking on Ms. Mazzacoli's comment, I too found it difficult to find out where to how to log into the Zoom, which meetings would be on Zoom and where they'd be located. I too did not think of going to the town clerk's page, and I actually had to do a search. So maybe if it could be just put under the meetings, or if the link could be a little bit more accessible, I think it would be helpful. So thank you, Ms. Mazzacoli, for pointing that out.
I'm realizing the time right now, guys, and it is 9:45. And while I don't anticipate that a vote will be taken after executive session, I feel like we have gone into executive and wished we had made the exception in the past. So I'm looking at our council rules under time limitation, no consideration of any agenda item, which may, well, we don't have any agenda items. I'm reading it just to make sure we're in compliance going into executive, but there's no agenda item following it. So we should be safe to not have to worry about that. It's just the executive session to follow. It really is just if we wanted to come out and do a vote, and I don't believe that's anticipated this evening. So I think we're safe in that regard. The next item is for us to go into executive session. The purpose is for personnel, town manager evaluation. If someone could read the motion to go into executive.
I can read it.
Thank you. Counselor Menke.
Resolved that the Newington Town Council, in accordance with Connecticut General Statute, Section 1-2006A, hereby moves to go into executive session and invites the town council members, the mayor, to discuss a personnel issue, town manager's evaluation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Nagel. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. We will go into executive session. Counselors, you did receive an email just prior to the meeting with a separate link to click on and go into the executive session. We'd have to leave this meeting now and go into that. Okay?
Okay.
As a
We'll see you there.
reminder, this one will stay active, so you will need to come back to adjourn as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Well, then, ready to get out of here.
Leave this meeting.
In the bottom corner, it's leave meeting.
We're supposed to leave it?
You're gonna leave the meeting.
Leave.
Yep.
Leave.
Get back on another one.
And then where am I gonna go?
I sent you
Get
an
out,
email
Gail.
at
Leave.
5:40.
Leave while I can, okay.
You were sent an email at 5:40. It'll have a link.
Hey, James,
Yes, Susan.
should I stay on?
If you want to, you can. I can always send you the adjournment time.
Then I'm gonna leave.
Okay.
I'm
Have
gonna go
a
ahead.
good night.
No, yeah. All right, so I'm hanging up.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Wake up, Tim.
Oh, man. I don't envy you tomorrow, Carol. Good luck tomorrow. There's nothing worse than an upgrade of a system.
Well, it's not like we're getting a new server and stuff. It's not a major, but it's just that I have two attorneys who are like such a pain in the butt.
Right, because it's not going to work exactly like they thought it would work.
Guys, just so you know, we're back being recorded again, and there is one attendee.
Okay.
I believe the attendee is NCTV, but just, you know, it is NCTV.
Great.
We're waiting for everyone to rejoin us before we go back into session.
I'm here.
Yay!
Looks like we're still missing Donahue and Braverman.
Ugh. Did Gail make it?
No, she didn't find her way back yet.
Gail did.
Oh, there she is. I don't know. She was a co-host. How'd that work?
It's a promotion.
Counselor Camillo's working on joining too. I will say we probably just need a quorum. I believe our only matter of action is to adjourn, correct?
That is correct.
Correct.
What you technically have right now.
All right, we've got a 6-person quorum at this point. The only item is for adjournment. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Anist. Anyone? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Good night.
Opposed? All right.
Adios, amigos.
11:05.
Okay, sounds good.